Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Hey, it's Jay. I'm live. Never a dull moment over here at GM Kind Heart Gaming. Asmodeus over on Rumble. Welcome to the channel. How you doing? I am doing fantastic today. We've been gearing up for some things around the family, changing. I had some stuff. We've got a recent 3D printer. Unfortunately, everything that I need 3D printed at this time is it's green. It's green. Um, that doesn't help. I mean, it's great. I have uses for it, but green is the same color as my screen. And so I can't show everyone that my new I mean, I guess I could if I just. Oh, I hate showing my background. It's just a green screen. Let's see. I mean, we're working with it here and there. Let's see. This button. Momentary behind the scenes look today. You get to see the filthy green screen behind me. Oh, look at that atrocious looking thing. Anyways, here it is. Look at that. Oh, it didn't want to focus right. Like, it even gets the grills down pretty well. And then this one pops open like that. Yeah. These are some things we're printing up over here at Kind Heart Gaming. Get on there right. Nope, that's the wrong way. Come on. I don't want to. And then I had me. He is now my microphone buddy. I don't know how well you pick that up because the way my microphone's set up. He's my microphone buddy. He sits on top of the microphone. Yay! And then I have a couple. I have a Mimic. He looks pretty cool. And then the only thing I have printed up at this time that is not green is another Mimic with Down syndrome. A Mimic. He's happy to be here too. I'm currently writing an entire long plot with mimics for my gaming, my next gaming story. Well, not next, but part of the gaming story I'm writing. So I wanted a bunch of mimics printed up. I don't want it to shadow me. Let me know if I am coming through clear enough or if I don't know. As I said, it's always fun here at Kind Heart Gaming. I do all of this production here. My son does all of the real technical stuff, the actual computer building. He's going to school for it. I would hope so. We are going to be playing Kenshi again. We have been running a good long time with that one. I like it. Those who keep tuning in like it. Why not keep playing it? I have readjusted my mod list again. When I get it all narrowed down and complete, it is a wild amount of adjustments, and I still haven't even started digging into modding Kenshi. There's so many mods that people. I mean, I write them down here. I started writing them down at least. People suggest great mods, so I keep a notebook full of them, and then I peruse. Keep in mind, though, any of the ones that we suggest, I kind of go through workshop. So if they're not on workshop, it comes down to my lack of understanding of how I've tried every way of doing it. I think it's got something to do with the fact that I've done mods through workshop to begin with, that I can't get the other mods that I'd like to work. I don't know what it is. I've downloaded. There was one beautiful Kenshi. Um, I it won't work. It won't show up on my list, and I can't find it on the workshop. And a lot of people suggest not doing compiled mods. Unfortunately, this run that I've been doing is in Genesis. I haven't really gotten to a point where I'm disappointed in playing it or not interested anymore. So I haven't really had a reason to do a new run. I'd like to definitely get at least an in-game year, 365 days. I don't know the Kenshi's World day and year, because it's definitely going to be different than ours, right? Either way, I'm sure there's some lore behind that. I just haven't found it. We will be listening to some NCS music. I definitely try to keep that, even though I still get pinged here and there on my re-uploads. My videos have to be have mute points. I'll usually let it be known in the description as to why. I don't play anything specific. I try to. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the
Bear Odyssey just subscribed
there.
with Prime.
Appreciate it, Bear. I always love seeing Bear.
I believe
around
that
here.
bear was wearing people's clothes.
I believe he was too. I have been discussing with a few people about starting up a new Baldur's Gate 3 multiplayer, starting from fresh. I just don't know. I don't want to get I don't want to get really into it and then not get to finish it. And I'm kind of, well, it's not that I won't get to finish it. It's that there's so many little glitches in the game still. Baldur's Gate 3. There's storyline glitches that really upset me, and maybe multiplayer will be fixed, or maybe a new game will fix that. I just don't want to. It's not that I was upset that I lost Shadowheart. I could give two shits less about Shadowheart. It's that I was forced to make a decision despite the way that I wanted the game to play out, and knowing that it was going to cause disruption in the group. I just, all for a glitched lance in my hand that I could not move past the game without dealing with it. It's frustrating. Very, very frustrating. And then the other one was there's a happy monk. And I have had some people on Reddit tell me that it could be because the mod that I use increases my player size, my amount of people who can be in the game. And whoever's extra in my party is causing it to glitch the items. But they didn't have a suggestion on how to fix it other than just removing that mod. I just feel like 4 is limited in the main game. I feel a party of 5 to 6 is generally a real D&D group. I don't know, real's not right, because I've had a great game with 2 to 3. I don't know, the quintessential, the standard is 4 to 5 though. 4 to 5 of your friends against one GM. I don't know. Also, it's my moment to not be the GM, which is always my thing It's not that I'm opposed to being the GM. I love being GM. That's why my name is GM Kindheart. It's just a chance to explore some. Being in another game gets you a chance to explore creativity in areas that you wouldn't think of normally when you were the GM because you're on the other side for a change. You have to outwit the puzzles put forth before you. I'm an old school GM too. Like I believe in a lot more story driven but puzzle based. As many games as I've had, I will say my forever favorite games will be the games in which the players drove the storyline just as much as the GM. And like that's it's when everybody can come together and tell the story of what they're doing, of how they're exploring things, and not break continuity just to do it. Those tend to be the best games. Not to say there isn't a few fun ones where everything's just absolutely insane. I've had a few. I've had a great game from one called it came from the late show. I would say there was nothing done in that game that would be considered normal. Oh, here it loading. There it loads. Today's episode is brought to you by my shirt. I don't have any subscribers yet. Oh. Well, I have subscribers. I don't have any you know the word. I don't remember it. It's okay. Sponsors. Maybe I should get sponsored by someone around, or like a local. There we go. Brought to you today by coffee. It does the body good. At least my body. How's everyone been doing? What's everyone been doing? Things been hippity hopping. We had a tree come down in the yard. Well, a branch, not really a whole tree. I mean, not even really a giant branch. It was a decent sized branch, though. These storms have been a little crazy. I've seen crazier. Just trees, yep. Bad trees that shouldn't have been planted in the first place. No, that's not what I mean. There are certain trees that are supposed to be in this area that can withstand the damages of that kind of like there used to be a great amount of oak trees in this area, and they're gone. Oak trees can withstand, and I think can argue the point, even deaden the impact of wind damages. And now we got a lot of pine, and pine can't handle that. I don't remember what. I think it's a maple tree out here in front. That's the one that broke. Maple trees, they're a little bit further south, but they're natural to this area too. They grow alongside oak. Yo, look at that. I definitely do not remember exactly what I was doing. It's been a few days. I took the weekend off, spent some time with my wife. The death in the family has taken a little rough time on her, so with complete understanding. And she just asked that I spend some time with her, so of course I did. We had done nothing with Plurus. He has no stats. We should probably... I think I want more people to be trained in the martial arts, in the ancient art of the Danchaku. The thing is there's almost no point in putting him on the physical training when I can just use one of the machines too. But now I gotta find it. I think it's this one. No, it's cooking. Turrets. X. Medic. Weapons. Precision. Assassination. Well, maybe we'll put Plurus on the assassin. He'll be the assassin. Oh, what did that one? What about Tolmac? What are you doing, Tolmac? Engineer and operating workbench. What? Do I have any prisoners to talk to? I do. Tomac, go over and talk to these people. Convince them to turn from the team you once were and be part of this team too. One of the reasons I like getting the Reavers and the people who attack me ultimately is because they come with stats. And that's so much easier to deal with. What are you shooting at? Who the fuck is brazen to attack me? Okay. Glad we hadn't opened for business, folks. Oh, I remember what had happened. Okay, I'd come back after taking a drive to get my mother from work. And I wanted to make sure everybody was guarding this place. And I'll do it again. Alrighty. See, I could turn this into a giant martial arts training hall, which I've thought about doing. I should do. Let's do it. Wasn't it in this? Or was it in a different spot? Yeah, here it is. Sparring mats. I knew those were crooked. Are they? Okay. The truth behind the training. Did you anybody get the chance to catch that meat? What is it? I keep wanting to call him Meat Canyon because that's his other name. He did a live the other day. It's kind of funny. He's talking about how he's like kind of blown up recently. He just keeps getting mentioned. Like he got mentioned in The Simpsons now, and then he got blown. You know, he got that J. Cole uh, song, I guess you call it. What is wrong with Rowley? Rowley, get down here. Why are you going back in there? You could be training. There's nothing for you to build. I want to be an engineer. I had dreams of being an engineer. Where are they going? Oh, yeah. I mean, she had a chance to be an engineer. Why ain't she over here? How are we doing on Shisha? Nope. What is this one? Attack? You're capped on that fucking thing. What the hell? Weird. Well, we'll fix that. You mean you don't have a medkit? I love having that many fucking medkits for damn sure. Finish patching him up. Don't let him die. He is a future teammate, whether we know it or not. Whether he knows it or not. I must have accidentally hit set free or something. Or he broke out and it glitched. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? All right, we're gonna get rid of that. Oh, we got people to pick up, don't we? I should have checked. Damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, it got rid of them. Oh, where are the robots? Where's that robot box? Oh no. Is it? Yeah. Now you got no excuse, bitch. Nope. Where the hell did... Oh, you're working. All right, all right. Where's Paxum? I wish I could set like a return to pin for each character. Like if you're doing nothing, return to this location. I mean, they kind of do it with the sit down over here. Let's see. Let's make Asmodeus do some medical. Why won't they grab from the fucking med kit? He will be. Even in this, he will not heal his brother. Fuck that dude. Disco. Get over here to the sad Neil. Alright, I'll heal him, but it's only last. Where'd he go? He's medding somebody. He's like, fuck this dude. Just my fucking brother. Where's she at? Where's she? Disco. Jesus, Disco. Well, hello, Carl. How goes it? Welcome back to the channel. Oh, I lost it. There it is.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
How's it been? let's see you strip everyone down. I mean, take everyone's gear for their own safety, and then put it on sale. It really is for their own safety. I will eventually be doing a new BG3 run. I'm going to be doing a multiplayer run. I haven't officially beaten the game, but as I've said, I keep encountering. It's only been maybe 2 glitches that I've noticed that I haven't been happy with, I guess. One of them was Shadowheart, in which I ended up losing her, and then the other was with the monk trinket. Shadowheart, I really could care less, which is why I just moved on in the story. The monk trinket is actually one of the things that it was interesting, because it becomes one of the most powerful monk items in the game. Oh, he did. He did. Well, this guy won't be joining the party. Our prisoners are not for sale, just so everyone knows. They are just entertainment for the people who come here to buy things. See, these guys have been tormenting everyone, and we are going to rehabilitate them. My favorite is none of them. Minsk. My favorite is Minsk. Literally finding out that Minsk was going to be in the game was probably one of the biggest thrills I ever knew. And then find out that Matt Mercer is the voice of him. Matt Mercer's my second favorite GM right now. Brandon Lee Mulligan would probably be the top GM in the world, and he wouldn't even accept that. Did I save everyone? I do believe so. I need to make more cloth. How's my cotton? 36. Minsk doesn't show up until Act 3. He is a giant bald ranger. And you can only get him if you save Luinda. I think that's her name. I could be wrong. Luella. Luella. She's a druid. You save her in Act 2. It's the only way to get him. He doesn't have one of the things in his eyes either. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm not really telling you how to get him. I'll tell you that much. I don't really know how to get him yet. Right, right. That was a tough little area. It was fun. Yeah. I'd say the game consists of, oh, I'd be stretching it to say 10 large maps. It might only be 8. But there's so much in those maps. I think, was it Divinity Original Sin only had 5? Part 2? Part 1 had 2 or 3? 3? 3? And I'm not counting the little maps, like when you go into tiny dungeons. That's why it's kind of sad to know they won't be the ones making Baldur's Gate 3 if there's or 4 if there's going to be a 4. I think maybe it's time to move on from the Baldur's Gate story. Use the same Yeah, no kidding. Use the same format, right? But let's move on. Let's do something other than Forgotten Realms. Give us a good Ravenloft game for once. Or Greyhawk. I don't think they'll ever use Greyhawk, though. Dark Sun will never get used. I don't want them to touch the world of Krynn. I don't want them to screw up what's already been a masterpiece. The books are just perfect the way they are. They don't need any more than that. They tried to do a movie. Was it Dragons of Summer Twilight? It was an animated movie. They got every voice actor in that movie is fantastic. You will fall asleep in that animation. It is so sadly done, especially for its time. It was like late 90s, maybe early 90s. They had Kiefer Sutherland playing Raceland. The best voice you could ever have picked out of a fucking hat for Raceland. I think that's because they were put under such strict guidelines and they weren't allowed to really do what they wanted to do with the story. I think they also bit off a lot more than they thought they could chew. Yeah. Yeah, if you could ever picture the most perfect voice for Raceland, it's him. He did it so well. It's even while reading the books as a young person, he's the voice I pictured for it. That raspy, it sounds like he's smoked 30 packs a day, but due to his health, he hasn't. But they also chose probably one of the worst books. Oh, it was fantastic. I really liked Honor Among Thieves. Out of all these, like the last 3 or 4 different D&D movies they've done, uh, I think Honor Among the Thieves is probably the best one, which is unfortunate because the one with Marlon Wayans, to me, had the best potential, and they just decided to do whatever they wanted with, like, they just didn't do right by D&D. I couldn't even tell you what was missing from that movie, much more than it just didn't feel right. I think this one felt right because they used the Forgotten Realms established stuff, even though they changed some things. I'm fine with. The Harpers always get fucked in the stories. Always, the Harpers always get fucked. It's their calling to life. They will forever do the right shit, and they will forever be completely screwed over for it. That's the life of a Harper. I think that they did right by the story. I think the very opening of it, with him having that, you could almost feel the characters in the room, like playing against the GM. You could almost see the moments happen before you on the tabletop, and that's what I think was so great about it. It helped that so many people involved were huge D&D nerds, I think, too. Wanting to stay true without showing the dice rolls behind the scene. You can't see behind the GM screen, so you have to figure it out without like just destroying whatever it is, like, ripping the soul out of what it is to be D&D. I still think the Marlon Wayans one was still pretty interesting. Yeah, they definitely played their roles, and there was just a few little breaking of the fourth wall moments. It was like I get that works. I think they should capitalize. I think we should get another movie, but it's difficult because everybody's going to want to expect this group. And I think if you're going to do Forgotten Realms again, maybe it's time to do another part of the realms. Everybody's going to expect this group, and it needs to be. It almost needs to be the same actors playing completely different characters. I think that would be such a good wink at what it is to be D&D, because one game you're playing one character and then another game you're playing something completely different. Like, bring them all back and have each one of them just play different. Like, instead of him being the thief, he's now a paladin, and it's a complete different character, not even him. I think it would be great. I think it would be I think only D&D nerds would get it, though. That's the other thing. The other people in like, who just don't get D&D, they wouldn't get it. They'd be like, why is he now a paladin and he doesn't even have the same name? And she's no longer a barbarian? That's the name, right? Barbarian? What is she now? She's a cleric? What is a cleric? Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah. Like, didn't they have someone who was short? Oh, I know, I can't remember. They had a halfling, didn't they? Or did they have a dwarf? I don't remember. Yeah, yeah. I mean, isn't that what we do with movies, anyways? We go to see a movie to see an actor that we specifically enjoy most of the time. I mean, that's what Hollywood wants for us, right? So buy into it. Hell, let one of them gender bend. I know we'll never see Drow. That would be cool, but we'll probably never really get to see Drow. I did enjoy seeing the bird species. I, as much as I don't like the Dragonborn, I really think they did a great job on the Dragonborn in it. I almost had a rethinking of the Dragonborn if it wasn't for the fact that I just don't like their creation story. Their creation story is stupid. It's just stupid. If you will it, you can become, and that's not how that works. I don't think she's ever gonna. You're not gonna be able to kill me, lady. Foil. Can you talk to any of these guys yet? I used to enjoy. There was quite a few foreign films I had watched. One of them was I was really into Run Lola Run, which I think is a French film that was translated. I didn't ever see a translate of it. I just saw the subtitled version. I just liked the premises of what that movie was. It was essentially Groundhog's Day, but a little bit more rough, like a little bit more to the bone of reality. Well, what to do with you? And there were a bunch of. I really got in, like, especially in the older youth of my days. I really got into old um, radio broadcasts. Like one of my favorites will always be The Shadow. Um, I always wanted to see a redoing of that in a more modern day. It unfortunately it only fits in like a noir style concept though. I really got into. What was that? I haven't had a lot of I haven't had a lot of exposure to more foreign films for sure. But I did get into like foreign operas. Not that I understand them, nor could I translate them myself. Tomac, you like a little bit of the puff. We're gonna train you too in the martial arts. Sad deal. Boy, how have you got nothing to fucking do? I got a lot of hemp. Oh, I love Robert Redford. He did a lot of great shit back in the 70s and 80s. Another one I like would be if you're doing an American at that point, I like funny enough, uh, Rob Reiner. Rob Reiner is one of my favorite comedian writers, which is where the name Meathead comes from, uh, because he played a character in a show called All in the Family, um, in which he played the Meathead, the son-in-law. Good old Archie Bunker. A true blue American idiot. where's, oh, he's in the machine. I definitely would say I prefer my television shows to have been an older era. MASH, Cheers. Um, I have a pinup of MASH. It was the later crew when Winchester was in it. Um, Not the best of stories, but still pretty damn good. I didn't even have, yeah, when Winchester was involved, Radar wasn't even in there. My childhood was actually 80s, 90s. I was born in 81. But my mother was like a my mother was a child when she had me. And so I was raised more by my grandparents, and they enjoyed more 70s sitcoms like Mama's Family. God, Mama's Family is probably one of the peak comedy of sitcoms, because like if there's no Mama's Family, there's no Roseanne. What is wrong, Lucian? You've already had one leg replaced. Do you need another? I have a better bed set, right? Yeah, there. Well, there's no age here other than legal. Got to be an adult to be on this channel. Of legal age. If you can't handle a drink, you probably can't handle my humor. If you legally can't handle a drink, you probably can't handle my humor. I was raised by an army man, um, who definitely was raised believing. Funny enough, I just literally had my cousin's husband. I went to their record shop today. I buy records. Um, Looking for a new record. There's a specific record I'm looking for. And he's a huge Star Wars fan, and we were discussing Star Wars, and I was saying, it's not that I hate Star Wars. I just was born after Star Wars. And so while I get to have the awesome, I mean, I get to at least have the awesome moment of recognizing the whole Darth Vader, I'm your father situation, I was still raised after it. And so my era is like Star Trek Next Generation era. And so I've always been more of a Star Trek fan. And I really feel like both franchises have been nearly destroyed, and yet at the same time putting out some of the best content they've had in years. Because you got like Mandalorian, absolutely, I thought was wonderful. I kind of like the, was it 789? it's because I'm a fan of the evilness that is Palpatine. So his stretch across the galaxy is great. Kirk and Spock were fun. They were like space cowboys. There's actually I had a card for many years. It was a trading card of what the Star Trek fans arguably will say is the technical introduction of the character Q. And he's just in one episode, and Q is one of my favorite Star Trek characters because through all the books and through all the series, you essentially find out that Q is the reasoning for mankind, and that, like, as much as he toys with us in this evil, sadistic way that we see in the show, he's actually doing it to test our merit. Um, God, I could write books on Q. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do 10. I got another chic. Hmm. We'll get back to your name. You're gonna be short. I'll do a crab walker one. Yeah, no kidding. I'm right there with you. I don't I don't really not interested in most Hollywood production. I don't think I've gone to in like what was I don't even know what the last movie was we went and saw. I know one of them was like Alice in Wonderland 3D or some crap, and I wasn't disappointed. I just didn't care. And I'm a huge Alice in Wonderland fan. It was the sequel, but they had changed so much of the story that it was just like, well, this isn't not only the book I read, this is just political garbage. It was just another reason for Johnny Depp to get on stage and act a fool. And like, I'm not. I like Johnny Depp. I think he's one of the most versatile actors. But it just feels like in the last, I don't know, 15 movies he's done, it's the exact same Jack Sparrow wannabe character. Topper. It's locked. Phaedra, you forgot. Oh, wrong dog. My dog's actually named Phaedra. Oh, no. Getting her going. Oh, no, thank you, monthly. Good job. I promise you, I don't have any money. Oh, Tarantino's fantastic. I'm both sad and glad that he has only made a very limited amount of films. Because I think if he had more, we would be tired of him. Dude, why don't you go eat? Root Topper, you can go eat. Right. Yeah, the only reason his in a way his movies work is because you don't see movies like that every day. Because if you did, you'd get tired of them. One of my favorite movies he ever did. Uh, he was a partial writer for, but he's never really taken credit for it because it's not part of his Tarantino films. He did a movie called Four Rooms with Tim Roth, and there's so many big actors that are in that movie too. And it's such a small time production movie. Well, Root Topper, I guess we're gonna put you to training too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 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 yeah. An axe as sharp as the devil himself. A hatchet. He says a hatchet. My favorite scene is still with the Antonio Banderas. Don't misbehave. He's got those fucking psychopathic kids. He rambles so well, like coherent rambles though. Like that's his shtick. He's one of those guys I definitely aspire to, like, if I ever wanted to be in a conversation with people, I want to be as, oh, what do you say, confident in my abilities to speak as he is. Why? Bruh? Get your ass over here and get to work. Doesn't help he has no ability to. Why do you have food, said Neil? You're a robot. You are a robot. Yeah, Grindhouse is so good. I wasn't as much into, like, say, Kill Bill. Not opposed to it. Just like I didn't get into the whole Uma Thurman craze that everybody else got into. They're fantastic films. I just felt like he had done a few others to me that were better. Again, doesn't take away from his any of it though. Django. Django is so good. Only he could make that movie. So I am debating putting back up partial wall here. Let me get a cup of coffee while I debate this. We'll speed up time. Keep the doors closed. I'll be right back. I'm still here. There were a few, I don't remember the names of them though, but my parents had all these like really old grindhouse movies. One of them was Sleepaway Camp. And it may not have been part of the grindhouse movies, but it was definitely part of like this box of movies they had that was like off limits to us kids. And after you watch Sleepaway Camp, you'll know why. In that same box was like they had Faces of Death and Traces of Death. Like there was probably about 50 movies that we probably shouldn't have ever watched. I think they had a few porns. It was the 80s, you know? Or there was these other films that had come out in my youth that was like they started with Elvira did these horror movies and they were like poorly done horror movies. Tales from the Crypt. Um but like Gilbert Gottfried's Up All Night on USA. In that movie sets, I've not been able to trace it down. There was a movie that I watched. I wish I knew the name of it, and it was about this story of these like let's say 4 to 6 kids that go to like either a high school or they go to a bowling alley, and that's the best I've ever been able to narrow it down. Is there's a chance that it's this specific film I'll reveal in a minute. Um, and they accidentally knock over this trophy, and out of the trophy comes this evil little demon imp that starts granting them wishes, but the wishes, of course, always turn around on them and ultimately kill them. I don't know the official film. The best I've ever been able to narrow it down was like Bimbo Strippers at the Midnight Bolorama, but that's not the film because I went back and rewatched that film, and that's not it. Like it's very similar, but I don't know. I don't know. I haven't watched that entire film either, and it's a very good chance that on USA Up All Night they just cut out a ton of stuff. Like one of my cats is meowing. Can't tell. Yeah, right. um, there was one of the series I've been trying to track down, Tales from the Not Tales from the. It's dark. Other Side. I think that's what it is. Other Side. There's all these like almost Twilight Zone style movies. Some of them were in black and white. Some of them weren't. And then there was another one called Monsters, like Monsters in the Dark or something like that. And that one had one of my favorite stories. It's a story about a teddy bear that has the soul of a real bear stitched into it, and at night it comes alive and attacks and murders things. And it's called Grizzly. Um, I've not been able to track that one down anywhere. Or I think it's called Grizzly. There's some other people that said that maybe that's not the name, and that's why I haven't been able to find it. I used to watch those all night long while, I'd be at my grandparents' house and I'm supposed to be going to bed at night. I'd just be watching horror movies all night. And I think that's why I don't like any nowadays horror films anymore. Like, there's no good horror. Go back and watch the original Candyman. That's some good horror. Go back and watch the original Hellraiser. The original Poltergeist. The only reason they don't stand up is because their graphics are just terrible, but their stories are spot on to scare, because they make you think. And I feel like the more you have to think about what scares you, the scarier it is. That's why Freddy works so well, because no matter what they do, Freddy keeps coming back in your dreams, and in your dreams you're not even safe. To Right. Yeah, like it completely changes your perspective on things. My all-time favorite movie, the only movie that I will always speak for, I don't care what anybody says, the greatest movie of all time is Barry Gordon's The Last Dragon. It's got an actor in there named Tamaka. He was one of the last people to ever train under Bruce Lee. It's a Bruce it goes to an ad break in the middle of me promoting the I can hold off. I can hold off. Rumble's got my back. What up, Rumble? I got some viewers over there. Do I got any viewers? I got viewers over here on Twitch and Rumble. Welcome to the stream, guys. What about, I don't have anything on YouTube. I might be cutting feed to YouTube. Oh, it's a great film. It's it's a martial arts film in the style of Bruce Lee, as a tribute to Bruce Lee, from the community that honestly probably loved him more than anybody the in America. Like, the black community absolutely loved Bruce Lee, and to see them make this black action film along the same lines as like Shaft or Bruce Lee movies in general, just like, that's, I think, one of the reasons it's one of the greatest, because they didn't do wire fu, they did his style of acting, his style of martial arts action. I feel like there could have been maybe more fight scenes. It's a great one. I've watched that movie probably about 1,000 times. That might not be an exaggeration. I know that movie front to back, verbatim. It's probably linked to some childhood trauma. There was at one point in my old office before I started doing live. Um, I think it's on YouTube for if you got YouTube Premium. But on my old DVD player, it would be playing at all times. I had it on repeat. I might have messed up that DVD. That and like Evil Dead, anything Bruce Campbell will probably forever play on my televisions in an old nursing home as I grow old and die. When my fingers can no longer lay hands on these keyboards due to arthritis, between the vinyls I will be listening to and the movies I'll be watching, I just don't see anything of nowadays era where I would want to watch it on repeat like I do with some of these old films. I don't hate the Super Mario Brothers movie from like the 90s. Ed Hoskins and John Leguizamo. But I'm a bit partial to John Leguizamo, so, that's a great like anything he was in is really good to watch. Tu Wong Fu, uh Tu Fong, The Pest, his role as clown in Spawn. Spawn itself might not be a great film, but his role as the Violator is so good. The CGI does not stand up. It didn't really stand up then either. You're watching it like, it doesn't look very good. Can he go back to looking like the clown? That's a little bit more terrifying. The Beguiled. I'll have to look into that one. I have his collection of Man with No Name. It's such a great. I even have the Bruce Willis remake on that. Was it Fistful of Dollars? Where it's more of a gangster film. I'm partial to the 90s remake of Romeo and Juliet. I think they took a risk on that film, and I think it paid off, and not enough people give it credit. I think people just want to hate on it because it's not what you expect when you see Romeo and Juliet. Are you talking about Eastwood? Yeah, yeah. Oh, was it El Dorado? No, not El Dorado. Torino? Gran Torino? God, what a damn good film. That easily could be one of his best. And it's unforgiving. I think that's why it's so good because it's unforgiving. There's not a moment in that, even when you're like, man, you need to turn around and just knock this off, and it doesn't. Like he doesn't turn it around. He does the thing, and I think that's why it's so good because you yourself want to do the thing that he ultimately does. You want to be that person in that moment. Hmm. We got another human. This is a Greenlander. Hell yeah, I could use another fucking farmer. Yeah, no kidding. See, I like to consider myself a conservative with liberal tendencies. I do believe in some things that our government should take care of if they're going to be there. I mean, if you're going to be there, you should be taking care of these things. Our roads, for one. But then, like, I definitely am more of a, like, not to get into the political of it. I lean more conservative nowadays. I'm not against immigration. I'm just for legal immigration. My family is immigrants. Most everyone who lives in this country comes from immigrants. Really, if you want to get technical, you can't be anywhere in the world without immigration in some way, shape, or form. We all immigrated from some different part of our history's past. Say it with your chest. I wonder if they'll let me turn him. Oh, I hate that. I want it to loop around. He's got a little head. Oh, no, 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 go back. Just about. Right. I mean, I'm an open book. I don't have a. I like to approach things the same way that I'd say like Joe Rogan does. You can be whoever you want to be. I just, to me, so long as that doesn't come at the expense of others, like in general, I believe in freedom of expression, freedom of life. I believe that whether you believe in a God or you believe in just a nihilistic point of view, you still have a freedom of choice that everybody should be determined and allowed to have in this world. Exactly. But that doesn't mean it. Yeah. See, I'm not closed off to learning from others. As someone who's actually read the book, the Bible, I think it's unfair to hold other people to the standard when you yourself can't hold yourself to a standard. A lot of those people like to use the Bible as an excuse for judging other people, but then they haven't read it themselves. They just listen to another guy standing at a pulpit telling you how to expect and believe, and that's no different than what what they don't want for the rest of this country. It's okay for a guy standing at the altar to tell you everything is how you're supposed to live, but but like it's just so hey, get your ass back over here, Gretchen. I didn't even know it was Gretchen. Good job, Gretchen. It's only through difference of opinions that we can truly learn who we are. Go get food. Let's put you immediately on training. That's why I want to grow the community to be as open as possible. The only thing I ask is that there is no hate. We are a love, peace, and chicken grease community here. Don't express hate. We have no need for hate. I mean, despite that being said, there, I mean, I understand what you're saying there. I do just, I dislike bigots. Um, I mean, don't express like hatred towards other people in the sense of like be based on skin color or based on their own religion or based on what they generally can't even control. Yeah, I think like my faith comes from personal experience. I could never tell someone else to believe in my faith. I'm still learning my faith myself. And I'll keep learning that faith until I finally die. But I'm willing to express my beliefs and thoughts on it. I believe we can learn a lot from a lot of different religions. Buddhism is great on teaching people how to control themselves. Sorry, I got a cough. Um, I do believe when it comes to Buddhism, I like Taoism a bit more. Taoism is more of a understanding of how things just are, and we will grow and adapt to those. Right? I'm a Christian because I had an experience. I spent many years as an atheist. I explored many different faiths along that path. I weeded out the faiths that seemed to be, I mean, to me, they seem to be more farcical. Um, Generally, the stories that talk about guys living on top of mountains and they're somehow, they never come around, they never express anything, but somehow they're pissed off at us, and so our crops aren't going to grow. Those tend to be the ones that I kind of weed out as bullshit. I do believe in a God. I do believe that God sent down an avatar to learn how to be mankind. I believe that during that time, that God learned that it's really fucking hard being man. And then that God left and said, hey, You guys got to do what you do, just like a parent tells their child, it's time to grow up without me. Time to spread your wings and fly because I got other shit to do in this life before I ultimately meet whatever demise that may be my demise. You can only raise your children so long before they have to take it on their own. One could debate that the gods, whatever they may be, whatever shape it may be, held our hand for a very, very long time. And this is the repercussions that we sow upon that long time being here. You know, you don't want your parent constantly interjecting in your life. And it's the same for a God, I think. You don't want, as much as you think you want that, until that God is constantly interjecting. And then what are you living? You're not actually living a life. You're living a subservitude towards something that doesn't seem to be in the book. And again, it's a book that was written 2,000 years ago by man. Well, over the course of 2,000 years ago. Okay, there's debate. I get that, but it's written by man, and man is flawed. So it's up to us to take the leap of faith in whatever that faith may be, even science, because science isn't completely there. A lot of it's backed up by theory, and theory is something that is unproven. Therefore, it's not a fact, and if it's not a fact, it's faith. It's not to expose people who believe in science. I get that. And you have that right. Everyone has that right. Hey, I got another one. Yay. I need a spiked haired dude. There we go. Dude, I don't want to fuck with it. Color, maybe. We're going to fuck with the color. That's correct. You can't believe in something that exists, for then that's proof that it exists. Hence my theory on flat Earth. It can't be flat, for that would prove a God exists, and God will not prove they exist. I could deal with the ice blue. Phaedra, you're terrible. Set him free. Weeding them out. Weedle, weedle, weedle. Where's the oil? Oil, where'd you go? Oil can. Don't you have food? Oh, I guess not. The fuck is oil? Why are you walking? I'm gonna have to move food over to there. I'm running low on food too. Gotta cook up some veggies. We don't bring up Firefly here. Yeah, we do. It's fine. I love Firefly. It's probably one of the best series ever written that never got a chance to be finished. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh, I didn't name him? Oh no. That's hilarious. Oh, I'm gonna have to see the plastic surgeon when he comes by. Oh, I might be able to run over here and talk to one. Oops. Hmm. There we go. The hell are you doing out here, Paxson? It's only mildly terrifying that he's out there. Yeah. I wasn't as I wasn't as much of a fan of Buffy. I had so many friends that were uncontrollably obsessed with that shit that I just couldn't get into it. We're talking like right. Like uber nerds. They would argue about like the semantics of specific episodes. I'm like, I cannot get into this much. Which is probably why I liked Angel more because they hated Angel. I'm gonna rip a bomb. Welcome to the channel. This is the moment where a lot of viewers turn off. I don't know. YouTube makes it out like people hate it. Firefly 100% was his masterpiece. He's done some great stuff, since then. What was that movie he did? He did a movie. I think it even had Alan Tudyk in it. God, I don't. My brain doesn't keep track of it like it used to. It's primarily because I don't have the ability to do constant quotes with everyone anymore. Most of the people around me, they just don't get it. Paxum's going to take a minute if I can get there. He is overloaded. But that strength is running up. We'll wait till he gets there before we send oil over. Besides books, I need to get... What does this need? Leather. Why am I not surprised there? Can I not make any? I have animal skins. Not really enough, though. We'll make leather. Oh, you talking about the big blue? The big blue people? I think the only reason I enjoyed Avatar is because it gave us a glimpse into another world, and I do think it was done well on that. But the movie is just so... What did I say years ago? I said that the movie Avatar is as if Matt Stone and Trey Parker came together and made Team America IRL. I haven't even seen the new one. I refuse to. I haven't really gone and seen movies in a while. Right. I think we could have had a better job of a movie if it wasn't done to the tune of let's make it America and America destroys everything. Like I don't know. I guess I just don't know what it takes to write a movie. Like, I think the Guardians of the Galaxy was great. I think every one of them has been really good. I thought Kurt Russell was great as Ego. I think that's probably the only role that, other than Parks and Rec, I think it's the only role he's good in. I know they're putting Pratt in fucking everything. And that's okay, I guess. I just don't have to go see him. I'm not interested in the new Garfield. I don't give a shit. I didn't go see Mario. I definitely didn't give a shit. Nor do I have an interest. Trade team oil. Get over there. Do your real job. Yeah, yeah, I think that's why it did do so well. Oh, it's a dog. Like I don't know how I feel about this new Beetlejuice coming out. I hope it's good. I really do, but I feel like it's gonna be full of a lot of shit that none of us wants to see. Like a lot of political shit. I hope it's just a movie about Beetlejuice and Lydia. I like Lydia. I got no problem with Lydia. I've gotten just about everything at this point on research. Let's see. I could buy. I'd probably just buy him out on his leather. I don't really need fabrics. I can make my own. I'm doing well on making my own. Got armor plating. I make plenty of fuel. Let's see what you got. Fool? Not you. You. I swear I bought that. Oh, that's a new one. See, that's why I think that guy, the market in the Deadlands is going to have an AI core eventually. I think I might have accidentally bought one twice. That I've already known. Fuck it. I don't care. I'll sell it. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I haven't been into an Ubisoft game in quite a long time. I even know. I would say it's not in opposition to them so much as Name a game worth playing that isn't just the same recycled garbage. I I wanted to get into Black Flag so much, and the learning curve to get into just getting your ship, and that's all it was. I wanted to go around on the ship. That's it. And I didn't even. I was like, this game sucks. I guess I didn't buy one. I had already learned. Cool. You two. Get back to base. Let's open to the public. Yeah, I'm. Oh, that's one of the things I was gonna write down. Yeah, living world with reactor world. I don't know if those will be workshop mods though. I would definitely want more people in the game. I don't even care if it'd be more enemies at this point. Like I know that would make it harder in the beginning, but at this point, I don't exactly lose when it comes to my kill box here. The moment somebody shows up at my front door, I close the door and they just pump them full of arrows. You ready to talk to me? Fucking bitch. I think you only get so many tries. Shit. Why does it say it's heavy? $16, $11. Well, he's just got a lot of heavy gear on. Yeah, I wanted to get into the Black Flag, but I never even got a chance to get out of the city. Like all I want to do is all I want to do is play sea shanties with my crewmates. Just give me a sea shanty game. Yo ho, blow the man down. See, the ones that are hungry have a better chance, it seems like. Dagnabbit. See, that's what's stupid. Forgot what was in my backpack. There we go. Oops. Run, Randy. Well, I guess he's going to have to wait again. I'm going to try. Justina's in there. See, I'd get into that. I used to play. Was it Trade Winds? Oh, I played so much Trade Winds. I think that's what it was called. Port Royal. That's what it was. Port Royal Trade Winds. One of my favorite games. Let's put Randy in charge of cheeseburgers. Actually, I probably should put him in strength. Yeah, I see. I'd probably be more into the Caribbean game. Yeah, I dig those kind of games. That's why I like this game. Like, it's so packed with shit to do in the city building aspect of things. Most of the time, I was doing a when I quit running my last time. It was just because so many people were asking me to play some other games, and then we all stopped playing those games. One of them was why is Randy in here already? One was at Helldivers. I I have friends that still play the hell of it. I'm just no good at it. Yep. Well, games that I actually like want to see what's going on. You know, I want to see more of it. I just don't have enough of those games nowadays. This is one of the few ones. Yeah. What are you talking about? I can make more coffee. That's why I like the carafe I got. It stays hot for up to 12 hours. I'll drink that coffee all day and night. Cold, hot, I don't care. Well, it's got to be warm enough to have the creamer break apart. After that, it can be cold. I only put powdered creamer in mine. wish I could put it up higher. I can put that one up higher. I'm gonna hit this bong. Oh, that's pretty decent. I get into the storytelling of things too. Yeah, Starfield was a disappointment. You're not wrong there. I love hashish. I had access for some pure grade like fucking hashish back in Oregon. Um, Probably some of the best stuff I'd ever had. I would do that on my hookah. I love all forms. Back when I was younger, I would get super geeked out. Well, geeking meant something different back then than it does now. But I would get super geeked out, and then I would just write for hours. Poetry, music, storyline ideas. All that stuff went up in a fire, unfortunately, years ago. I do promote healthy and safe use. Be healthy, be safe. That's all I ask. It's the love, peace, and chicken grease way, man. I I kind of still believe in a open world, although I do know the dangers of. Oh, I fucked up this light. I do understand the dangers of legalizing all drugs. I do. Um, but I still believe in most, especially natural, quote unquote, drugs should be legalized. You're an adult. As long as you're an adult, safe consumption as an adult. I do understand that meth is dangerous. Oh, Cheech and Chong, while being high, is probably like, oh, dang nabbit, it did it again. It's probably top tier comedy. Especially when like you watch that not high and it's funny, but it's just not as funny. They'll have you like thinking some shit. Fucking Dave's not here right now. Oh, come on, man. Open the door. It's Dave. Gotta let me in, man. Fucking cops are out here, man. Oh, Dave's not here. He'll be back later. Oh, Paxum can drop off the leather. And the books. Apparently, my like I guess one of my in-laws. I don't know how to put it. Apparently, he is interested in this new Star Wars film that's coming out, Acolyte or whatever it is. Hey, hey, hey! You got some leather in the bay? Go. Show the research. Merc tint. Where'd that come from? And it's free? Ever since I started adjusting some of these mods, stuff like that's popped up. So again, thank you. I mean, sure. I still think we would. I do think we would still have people who, because there's people nowadays, you know it, you see them all the time. Doesn't matter what's going on in their lives, they complain. I think that would be the same thing if no matter like I think there's a potential for the world to be like Star Trek, the Federation, not the C. Well, even the CD parts would be there, and that's the point. Is that world would be possible, but it would still be at the behest of all the bad shit behind the closed doors, the corruption that still exists because some people are bad. I don't know if taxes are the problem. I do believe that we need local taxes. I don't believe we need federal taxes, if that's what you mean. But I do believe we need local taxes because that's how our roads get built. That's how schools get funded. That's how certain local things get taken care of that help the basic prosperity of a city. Even if we was to go back to a trade system, someone's got to build the roads, and somehow they've got to get fed too. But there's too much federal taxes that are being wasted. Like it's not even that they're being taken. It's that they're being taken and then absolutely wasted. We have an untold amount of money that we just can't account for. We just can't account for it. And I don't know. Like it just doesn't make sense half the time. I mean, it does. Greed clearly involved. I didn't know about that one. That's a new one. Molten salt solar generator. Jesus. I haven't run into any of the fish folk yet. I swear there was one I needed. And just because. I want my AI core. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Someone's at my door. 1 second. It's just my son. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Or once a year, every year, they vote to give themselves raises. I vote to give us a raise. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. Ancient training devices. MK3. Defense. I don't even get to do the auto turrets without the core. And that's the one. That's what I really want is the auto turrets. Ancient science book and one core. I kind of wanted the auto mining, but like at this point in the game, two people aren't really hurting me. I'm starting to get the people, and I'm not gonna have the AI cores. I can upgrade this motherfucker. Upgrade that motherfucker. I'm thinking of sending Meathead back over to that area again. One second. Someone's at the door again. Right. There's a lot of there's a and see maybe one of my playthroughs I need to not build a base. Do 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 do. I would take some food over there though. Problem is we're running low on some food. Oh boy. Why are we not making... Oh, because I accidentally undid the guy who's doing the bread. Randy. Why is he unconscious? Alright, we're going to have you doing bread. Come on, another. Where's my bread machine? Is it over here? See that? I mean, that's kind of the way I am with the base building. It's like, why do I change what works? Because then you learn other things. Like, I'm hesitant on running off and killing shit because it is such a deadly game. Oh, the bread machine's up here. That's right. Okay, so I'll have him cook and do bread. And then if you can't do any of that, you need to make flour. Where are we storing straw flour? Getting all these extra people, I might as well put them to work. Still didn't figure out where I'm putting straw flour. Do I even have an ability to store straw flour? Wheat straw. That's great. Look, the Dirty Dozen. Have, have you ever? I'm sure you've read, or at least, I mean, you're of that era to have been able to read it. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know, the 5-part trilogy. Sorry, 6-part trilogy. What is it? 8 out of 10 cats. Look, not everybody has to be able to spell. Right. The Dirty Dozen needs to be fed. See, the Dirty Dozen and their 2 cooks, and 2 farmers, and their minor tech, and yeah, one of the absolute best. I actually kind of like the movies that were made afterwards. Even both of, like, there was the small limited run series, and then there was the movie, and essentially the movie was exactly what they did in the series. just shortened up. Oh, it's so good. I think the series was just a little bit better, except for especially with Zaphod. I mean, Zaphod's my dude. I mean, come on, gotta have the Hawaiians on, baby. I didn't like that the movie made him the movie was good in its own. One of the things that the movie did well, I think, is casting Alan Rickman as Melvin. I think that's about it. I mean, that's kind of about it. I guess the guy who played, what's his name, Henry Ford, was kind of better. Um, I didn't really have a problem with the guy who played Arthur Dent, other than it just kind of fits. He's just such a basic British guy that I like. That's the only reason I was like, well, I mean, he's basic. I mean, it's Arthur. He's basic. He becomes a fucking basic sandwich maker. God, I wish I had that kind of brain to be able to write at that level of just comedy. I'd love to see them do, like, Netflix needs to pick it up and do all of the books as a series. Like, each season be one of the books. You get 5 seasons out of it. That's essentially 5 years. And I think it could be done well. And don't give us this BS, like, neck. Zaphod has 2 heads, okay? 2 fucking heads. Njord. 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 Reflect. I'll always love the explanation of the babblefish. If they reflect Njords. Fjords are damn dangerous. Right. I guess that's all I will do. There is no storage for straw flour, wheat flour, whatever. Yeah, exactly. And always remember your towel. Always remember your towel. Don't panic. Always remember your towel. He did another book series. I never got to really read the book, but I got to play an old kind of text-based exploration Myst style video game called Britannica. And it's essentially like, it's just right along the same level. It's a story about a ship that's far off into the future, that's like flying through the cosmos, and it has an AI, and apparently the AI knows there's a bomb on the ship, but refuses to give the protagonist the location, even though it can, not because it wants to destroy the ship, but because the protagonist offended the AI. And like, the game was so funny. I never got to finish it. I really wish I had. But I had talked to a buddy of mine who had read the book, and he said the game is just such a perfect reflection of what it would be like to be on that ship. I definitely wish I had gotten to read it. Did you get out of there? Get out of there. I said get out of there. Come on. Come on. Get out of here. Out of the office. Out of the office. Go on. Kitty kitties. Kitty kitty kitties. Oh, we have fun with conspiracies here. It's not that I believe in all conspiracies. It's that there's so many things that go on in this world that it's hard not to believe a few of them. And Alex Jones might be the genius that we all wish. I mean, that dude in the future will be written about as if he was some sort of prophet. That dude was so on the nose about some fucking crazy shit. Momo, I want you to medic. Where'd Momo go? I told you to medic. I need you learning some medicine. Like, I'm not a flat earther. Not that I will, like, I'll make fun of flat earthers, but I'll make fun of myself too. So I'll make fun of my faith. I'm like Matt Stone and Trey Parker. Nothing's off the board. It's all on. It's all one big giant rotating ball of mass floating through outer space. And who knows? I guess you can't heal him. All right. Let's put you to medic. Medic was back here. I could be wrong. You know how we fix this? I know that there's one over here. We put one in here like I wanted to. So that our doctor is training. The doctor is training. I'll put two of them in here. Heh, medic! I hope that'll help me redo. Yeah, I hear you. Right, 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 right. We can get rid of these bits. Dismantle. And training. One moment, please. The doctor is training. Let's do two. Um, your AI bot like your AI bot likes you to look at porn. That is weird. Why is my Rumble that far behind? Bro, I made that character forever ago. What did you say? Frankfurt? That's Germany, right? Are you German? Tag, guten Tag. Mein German is not very good. I took 3 years of German in high school. I learned primarily bad language. Some basic stuffs. I could count up to 20. I forget the alphabet. But my grandparent, my grandmother, great grandmother, she was from Germany, and then my grandmother was German, as as strong as it could be. Oh, I don't hide. I love my German heritage. I love my British heritage too. Like, um, it's just I never found enough use for German that it became. I know a song in German, uh, and I kind of know what the words mean, but the song actually isn't a German song. They're shooting at somebody. It's an American song, apparently, that speaks about a Schnitzelbank, which is apparently a kind of made up word. It's literally called the Schnitzelbank song. And I, from the history that I've learned of the song, it's supposed to have been to help Germans learn, young Germans learn how to speak properly, like rolling their R's and stuff like that. Right. Yeah, see, I learned more Spanish because I worked with a lot of Spanish speaking people in the restaurants that I worked in for years. And while I couldn't carry a great conversation, and if they didn't want me to know what they were saying, they spoke a lot faster. We could have a basic understanding of what we were talking about. Your English is quite great, at least typing. Right? I've been a firm believer that American children should be in school learning at least the three primary languages of this country, English being one of them. English, Spanish, and I think at this point it'd be Chinese. Um, and that way we could come together at a better understanding of each other. We could communicate because if we had at least two generations of children growing up learning each other's language, there I feel there would be less of the confusions and, like you're saying, more open mind. But we have so many. To me, I couldn't even make the argument well enough. We have so many ignorant people in this country that would just like, well, this is America and they should learn to speak English. And it's like, but that's not necessarily right. Like, why? I'm not I agree they should learn English, but they should also learn other languages. Lest you stagnate the minds of your children. Why is Felgor stuck? Momo, I need you to pick him up. Stop doing your job for a minute. Okay, okay. He's doing something. Right. I I also had a moment in my life, like very young. When I was young, the song "We Are the World" came out. Whatever we want to like hash out about the behind the scenes of that move, that whole song isn't important. What I took from that song is what's important to me, and that is we all are the same people of this floating ball, and we should probably figure out some bigger picture stuff at this point. Yeah, and I feel like at any point, like it's something that has kind of happened all over this world at this point. I feel like if your way of leading is oppression, that's the wrong way. Agreed. I just think we need real debates on what that entitles, and not these debates that keep coming from people who are rich billionaires who live on the coasts, who haven't sold their homes, but they keep telling everybody else that there's tidal waves coming. Like, if Oprah actually believed in climate change, why is she giving such a shit about Hawaii? Not to rebuild Hawaii, but that she wants to own Hawaii. Make it make sense. No one's doing anything about the cruise ships that pollute more in one trip than most small world countries. That's okay. I read through the misspellings. I don't spell that good either. I must be onto something. I'm sneezing. I would I would fail. Yeah, and I'm a writer. Like as a writer, spell check is my best friend. I don't call myself an author yet because I haven't been published. See, that's humor. We get that. I like European humor. It's funny. American humor can be funny. It's getting there again. It needs to be unforgiving. Funny must be unforgiving. Who's messaging me? I'd like to be published. My big thing I'm wanting to do is always trying to do the D&D stories. I would like my campaigns to be ran later, much like much like Gary Gygax. You know, I think that the D&D stuff is it's great because with imagination comes the ability to explore other options. Right? Why does my nose feel like it's burning? I gotta let my dog out. I'll be right back.
One moment, princess.
Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's gonna make me a cup of coffee too. Matt Lieb. Why the name might be familiar. I can put faces to names a little better. Yes, I know of him only because I've seen Viceland. Alrighty, alrighty. All right. I have a secondary.
I'm a liberal god, but sometimes kids gotta die. I'm a liberal god, but sometimes kids gotta.
I'll have to watch that later. I didn't know it was music. YouTube will definitely ping me on that one. We get 10 seconds. That's it. That's all they give us. 10 seconds, and my whole stream is demonetized. Any more than that. Not that I get paid from YouTube at all. I get paid through, as of so far, I've gotten money through Twitch. Thank you, Twitch. But since the beginning of streaming, I've been accumulating money on Rumble, and thank you, Rumble. YouTube is just where I know my long form is going to be stored when I start doing the D&D games, because I definitely want to have it saved of what I my long form games. Primarily because I want to be able to go back, rewatch, and write parts out for future, I don't know if you've seen The Legend of Vox Machina. Yeah, no kidding. I agree. It's frustrating. Again, that's why I like Rumble as well. Rumble's definitely one of those that's like they believe in freedom of speech. Because I always make sure what the rules are. They definitely are 420 friendly. Thank you, Rumble. YouTube is vaguely. I definitely have it labeled correctly, so that's okay. Twitch has been spotty with their support of cannabis. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure the creators of Twitch are stoners. It's impossible not to be a stoner. Twitch was definitely originally for broadcasting video games, and pretty sure those go hand in hand. Video games and stonage. I do feel out of all of the I don't feel cannabis is a drug. I think out of everything out there, it's the best we got. It's better than tobacco. Even though I still smoke cigarettes, you'll never really see me on the stream smoke it. It's one of the reasons I try to cut away from stream. I do not promote tobacco use. I've lost family members. I'm still hooked. Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. It's a sad state of affairs. I don't know. I don't know, and therefore I can't be there. I can't be. I pray and I cry for those involved on either side, all sides, period. Everyone involved. It's sad. It's a sad state of the world that we live in. We have the technology that we have right now. Why did my something shut down on me? Hold on. Sorry. The technology we have access to at this time in this day and age, and we are squabbling over this shit. And there's no way to even begin to have the conversation with anybody. I fixed it. Yeah. It's definitely one of the reasons I am full of the love, peace, and chicken grease aspect. That's actually backwards to you guys now. Why isn't this turning on? Oh no. My computer died. My other computer. Well, it's down for now. I will work on that later. My Chromebook has, I think it's officially shit to bed. It's not a very good device, anyways. It monitors my YouTube chat. I mean, it's hard not to argue that the same things are going on that one sees repeating the past over and over again. And that's the safest way you can say it. Sometimes they just won't get food. Randy, there's no way you still need to be here, you fat hamburger eating son of a bitch. How are you still unconscious? Yeah. Well, and honestly, both sides play the stupid games constantly. They switch, they flip flop, uh, they say one thing and do another thing behind closed doors. They act a certain way in front of everybody. It's just, it's fucking lies. That's all it is. It's fucking lies. All of them lie. Like look at what's his fucking face from Canada. Yeah, I'll call his ass out because I'm not in Canada. Trudeau, fuck that dude. That dude's literally running some Gestapo bullshit. And nobody's fucking calling it out. I mean, they are, but then nobody's really doing anything about it. Like somehow he keeps getting reelected. That doesn't even make fucking sense. I need to burn up this meat. Look, I will say one thing about France. They know how to let their country, their politicians know that they're fucking fed up. At least the farmers do. Dude, I keep finding them all with hashish. All the fucking time. I mean, the beginning of it. The beginning of it itself was just as fucking horrible. What set them fucking off is just as fucking horrible. Like, it's sad. I swear I had another bunch of meat. Where's the meat? Where's the meat? Is it because he's named that I can't just do the talking to him? This bitch gonna die. She gonna die of hunger. I mean, I don't know. All I know is what propaganda is given on any side, and I know that they're known for doing some fucking shit too. All countries kind of are at this point. But I agree, you can't tell everybody, "Oh, they're the fucking bad guys," but meanwhile you're doing backdoor fucking secret trading with them left and right too. How did that happen? Well, I think there's a lot more propaganda that goes on about Russia as well. Like, they don't tell the truth. I'll tell you that. I have a few friends that were born and raised in the country. Um, Not only did I hang out with Russian friends when I was a teenager, I hung out with a lot of guys that were going to college here. A lot of really awesome guys. And then they told me what goes on in their country. Then I have a few friends that are from the Ukraine that I was friends with over in Oregon, and she told me exactly what kind of goes on in that country. And there's a lot of what we don't know. Like, they definitely don't tell us the truth. Why did Root Topper fall fucking out? Why are none of these people eating? Do I have to show them where the fucking barrel is or something? It just keeps passing out. Oh, he passed out again. Who's making the bread? Where'd he go? It's another, isn't it? Okay, he's doing it right. Good job. I have bread right here. I got plenty of food. Yeah. Yeah, and like I know a few people that used to live in Germany many years ago that said that like it's so restricted that why is no one eating? Like you can't even say the word Nazi over there and they like people start freaking out. And I don't know if that's exactly the right way to go. Maybe not that. Maybe that's a little much. Oh, I see, I see. She was hungry. This fucking shit. Right, yeah. And I feel like there's so many people in this world that want that for everybody right now. Oh, she's part of the survey team. I need to get her into Dodge at least. Jeez. I think that's what's happening over here too. I really do. I think there's a purposeful intention right now in this world to disrupt everything. And I believe that this is the stuff. This is why people call for, like, this is Illuminati, NWO, you name it, Bill Gates Foundation. I feel like the starting point of getting everything back under thumbs was the arrest of Epstein. Yeah, well, when we started to have kids ourselves, which I do love my children very much, but when we started, the world wasn't in the state it was in, though it was after 9/11. So technically, I guess it kind of was already. I think the rush of this is just awful weird, is all. I'm so confused. See, like, my favorite thing I did in high school was I debated. I did debate, and it taught me A, how to get in trouble with my mouth, and B, um, how to see things from an objective point of view. One that people would say is devil's advocate. I would rather be able to try to see from the other point of view than to stagnate my own opinion. He's got food, it's just going up. Like, I'm excited for this whole stuff that's about to come out with Terrence Howard. I hope it's not bullshit. I have a better bed than that, don't I? Ooh, what time is it? 8:30. I gotta pick up my mother at 10. I gotta leave at 10 o'clock. Oh, I hadn't got a message from her, so everything's all right. Mommy dearest. She doesn't like me calling her that. I know you can produce some hit. Look, motherfucker. Get your ass up. Actually. No, get your ass up. I don't understand why he's just sitting there. And I think I have one for research, but it doesn't really matter. I think that's a silly one to have. Yeah, that's a philosophy. I can't remember the guy that what does he say? I may think of many things, but right is not one of them. Plurus is going to be our first one. He's going to train through all of these at least up to the 80s. I wish I could set that as a cap. Randy Newman's awesome. Randy Newman wrote the song. See, that's so unfair. Because Randy Newman wrote the song that everyone in this world generally knows at this point, and that is "You've Got a Friend in Me." I think everyone forgot about the message of Toy Story. All right, Randy. Come on, you cheeseburger eating motherfucker. Get your ass up and go to work. Another. Or love, peace, and chicken grease. That's the whole sigil here. That's right. The whole chicken grease thing is your hands sliding on grease, see? Live and let live. It's funny, I grew up as a person who really didn't enjoy the Beatles. Um, just more for hilarity's sake than anything. I liked pissing people off. Uh, go get the shrimp. But as I've gotten older, I've definitely gotten to hear more Beatles, and I've definitely enjoyed more of it. We here at Kind Heart Gaming are all about love and peace. I am what you like to call a showered hippie. It's a contradiction to be a clean hippie, isn't it? Let's see. I really don't know what to put him on other than operating the fucking toughness. Why won't she go get water? Oh. No, I'm not out of fucking water. What the hell? I know what it is. She's fucking dumb. Randy, what the fuck? Something keeps attacking him. Nobody here likes him. I've had that glitch before where, like, because he was one of the prisoners. Les Claypool, yeah, that's some good music. I might have to reload the game because I think they keep shooting him up here. They don't like Randy. Oops, I need advanced first aid kits. Primus, hell yeah. Winona's got a big beaver. That's one of my favorite Primus songs. Winona's Big Beaver. Or, what's that one? What's the cowboy one? I can't remember it right now. It was it's a song where they. My name is Mud. Jerry was a race car driver. Or everyone's favorite, the theme song to South Park. My name is Mud. Have they finally stopped shooting Randy? Yeah, he's pretty good. I thought I was going to make Randy's going to be another one of my farmers, right? Let's get him. Like, that is not what I read the first time I glanced over there. I see it says Larkin Poe now, but like I first glanced and said Lincoln Park is blues and country. What the fuck? What fucking Mandela effect did I step into? I was like, oh, Larkin Poe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess I could see blues and country. That makes more sense. Alternative rock I'll accept, but blues and country? What to do with you? Because you're at the end of that. I need to put her on martial arts. Nope. Oh, please don't tell me. Oh, good, 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 good. I just had it backwards. There's only one bit of music that is just banned at my home. I'll listen to anything. I will not listen to Metallica. I was part of the Napster crap when I was a kid. Should have been the whole, yeah, all you. All you guys. Hey, where are you going? Get your asses in here. Over. We must give the assumption. I don't know if you've listened to very much Nirvana, but I would always suggest Nirvana. Well, it's a different world now too, though. I do love Nirvana. I was a massive fan of Kurt Cobain. Oh, but the kids nowadays are bitching about the wrong shit. He was bitching against child abuse up to the whole, dealing with his own drug abuse. Kurt Cobain. I was actually going to get a tattoo of his on my chest when I was younger. Thank goodness I didn't. As a protest, kind of to my father, just to make him mad. It's really all it was. That's why I'm glad I didn't do it, because it was just stupid. Yeah, he was one of my favorites. Absolutely one of my favorites. So up here, we're going to build turret trainers. Let's do it down to 4. But then, like, I listen to just musicals in general, like music in general. Musicals, I listen to it. It's my shit. Like, I will gladly listen to Cats just the same time as listening to Sweeney Todd or, gosh, what else? There's other things. Go. I'm not letting you back out. You just came in. I'm going to play this music. We're like 4 hours into this. I hadn't played any music. Thank you for this awesome stream today, by the way. This is what I want. I want a community who comes in, we chit chat, talk about shit. Eventually, we'll talk about games that are going on. Storylines that'll be. That's right. That's right. With an open mind to say so. That's why I like Rumble. I mean, get a chance. There's ever a loss of communication on Twitch. Check me out on Rumble as Asmodeus. I'm always gonna try to multi-stream on these platforms. I stopped doing Kick. Yeah, I stopped doing Kick because Kick refuses to enforce the rules that they supposedly stand by. There are quite a few people who I would debate have gotten hurt at this point because of it. I agree with their right to be freedom of speech, but at the same time, I don't agree with the promotion of insanity. Oh, I need iron plates? Are you serious? How do I need fucking iron plates? Whoa. They went through 400 iron plates. I need an engineer. Build. Jolie. Holy shit, Jolie. What the fuck are you? Why? Why? She's a fucking hoarder. I guess I need to send people back to work. Yeah. Well, and slowly but surely it's being lost here. They're making it to where you can't say these things, you can't say that thing, or else you can risk a fine for now. You know, you're going to get fined. But fines turn into jail time. And once you get jail time from it, then they can justify jail time from it. I wish our media was more responsible right now. Because more and more our media is causing their own downfall. Everybody's got 1,000 fucking things. Horse shit. Get your ass over here. Why won't she work it? Oh, not that. This. No. That's what I meant. That's right. That's right. You have to be able to learn from your mistakes. And you have to be able to discuss the past so that you don't make the same mistakes. Two birds in swim. I don't know that one. I think a great one to read, especially for young children, is a book called Maniac McGee, though I don't remember the author. It was a very good book to learn about how generations of children raised in Jim Crow era politics were essentially led to believe. Like it's a profoundly important book that no one actually talks about, and it's a children's novel, young adult novel, maybe. It definitely has some darker tones to it. But hell, kids should be experiencing shit like that too. They got to learn. His book plans revenge on him. Oh, the figures of the book. That sounds weird. That sounds like a weird and interesting story to read. Boy, I don't know if they are able to keep up. I need to send another over there. Do I have another bot? Oh, skeletons. Oh, skeletons. There we go, Jimbo. You have lost your job. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have lost your job. We need you on water hauling. One of the weirdest books I ever read a summary for, I decided not to read it. It just sounded too weird, was So I've Died and Become a Dungeon. And it's a story about a girl who dies and becomes a dungeon. Like a cavern dungeon. And she has to befriend, or she has to be somehow inviting to monsters so that they can protect her from the heroes that wish to crush her heart. And like, what the fuck? I just couldn't even bring myself to read it. There's this whole series of books that are like based on shit like that my older brother wanted me to read, and I that was one of them. I was just I can't do this, man. I can't. I need a fourth up there. How about tadpole? I need to get more. Like my favorite book of all time to read. I'm just reading it for the third time. It's not really a book. It's a book series. It's 10 books in the series called. The first book is called The Nine Princes of Amber. The big book itself is called The Great Book of Amber. I just have the big book. It's by far one of my favorite reads. It's really. It makes me want to dig out those books I have. Yeah, The Great Book of Amber by Roger Zelazny. He wrote the first, I want to say 7 books, and then he died, and his son came in and finished the books, the last 3, based on his father's notes, and he wrote it in such a great style that you wouldn't even notice. You kind of notice some of it and how that like he changes a little bit of the characters, I would feel, but you won't notice. It's so good. It's such a long series too. I'm listening to it on audiobook again. I wonder if the Zelazny Foundation or whatever would let me do a reading of it. Because the audiobooks I keep finding are just terrible. I mean, no offense to the people doing it. I appreciate the work they've done. But they're not that good at it. And I can't say that I would be much better, though. They give, like... When I listen to an audiobook, I don't want 15 minutes before the audiobook of them explaining how they feel about characters. Like, I want to listen to the audiobook, not the book club. It's not professionally done, I guess. Maybe that's the problem. Because I've only found it on YouTube. I haven't found a correct... Like, I haven't found a correct audiobook that does all of the books. It's easier for me to do audiobooks at this point. I listen to a lot of podcasts right now. Like, it's where I get my world news. I try not to stick to just one source. I try to get a multitude of sources so that I'm getting multiple biases. Because I can't really expect anybody to be Walter Cronkite anymore. Just the facts. So you gotta shop around a little bit for your news sources. I listen to a lot of Joe Rogan, but not because I like Joe Rogan. It's because I like who he brings on. Frank Herbert's awesome. Dune. I will admit that I have read most of Mission Earth by L. Ron Hubbard. I will be unapologetic for it. I at least read the first 5 books. I will be unapologetic for it. It's a really good book series. It's fucking hilarious. And it doesn't get credit because of the writer. Yeah. Well, and so I'm on the old schoolist on the voice talking. It's either all or nothing. I can understand why people won't read Hubbard. I do. He's got some negativity in his later years. He has a hell of a lot of short stories that are just absolutely terrible. The only reason he has them even published is because he had like some friend that was part of the Asimov Foundation, and so he continually got his shit published, and so it allowed him, but in a way it allowed him to be able to write stuff like Mission Earth, which which is, how do you explain Mission Earth? It's a story about, sorry, there's going to be a little, not really a little bit of spoilers. It's kind of the synopsis on the back of the book. It's a story about a an alien civilization that's hell bent on taking over the galaxy. Very Asimov's fantastic. My favorite Asimov book would be Caves of Steel, the story about Daniel. So they send a guy out here from their planet who doesn't want to actually do it. And so he kind of sets up his own like way of kind of not doing it here on the planet, and just in terrible life ensues for him because he gets dropped off in the Middle East. But then ultimately there's another guy who's dropped off here too. Terry Pratchett's so good. I didn't get to read enough of Discworld, and there's so much at this point that I couldn't even begin. So he's up to 78 on toughness. This fucking thing trains faster than you think. Another great one to read, especially if you like fantasy, I think, is Margaret Weiss and Tracy Heckman, the co-authors of the World of Krynn Dragonlance series. A lot of people will try to argue that it steals from Lord of the Rings, but I would say nearly all fantasy then steals from Lord of the Rings. Well, and there's going to be generations that have never read Harry Potter now because it's become politicized instead of being a good book. I think it was well done. Yeah, well, Mark Mozart was a crass little ass. I love him every bit for it. I constantly find my people with a sheesh. I was hooked from that first book. That first book was so interesting. What an interesting concept. But then as a GM, I've always wanted to do something similar to that with players. I think that's probably my main reason I was so hooked from the beginning, is because the whole concept of a wizardry school is such a really cool, fun little, like, random type of game to do. Almost like Professor Xavier and his school for the gifted. See, I will say I stole some thought from Lord of the Rings. Something that has always impressed me was Tolkien's ability to create a working language, and so I have made my own working language in the world that I do. The language cannot be translated with any magic. You have to translate it through actually learning how to read it in the game. I'm a puzzle master. I am the GM Kindheart. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do like the movies. I think they were well done. I have not finished all of the Hobbit movies. I watched the first one. I liked it. I know I'm probably on my own with that in a lot of people's circles. I'm okay with that. I do want to watch the others, but I want to have one of those, like, I want to watch all of the extended, and I really wish they'd go through and give us something, a small series, something on Tom Bombadil, who I'll still say is Tolkien himself. Just like Fizbin is. Why do you all have all of what has glitched? I'm sorry, Ringo. I didn't mean to startle you. I scared my cat. That's one way to do it. She went into giant attack mode. She's hilarious. She's such a cool little cat. Why? I'm wondering if some of those are just too far away as well. Or they just randomly take breaks. And if that's the case, I should build them a break station up here. Let's do that. Let's do it. Nothing too big. No, that's too big. That's too big. We just want a simple little house. I like the one, this one. It's actually one of my favorites. But I think because it's a mod one, it doesn't work right. Oh, this one here? It has taken me some time to finally enjoy it. One of the things that is a problem with it that I'll say from the get is when you post crossbows up there, for some reason it doesn't register them correctly, and so they never shoot. So it's not good for using for defense. I will also go and say the tower is one of the best to use because it gives your crossbowmen like a plus 15 minimum, I think. I think a plus 45 at some, yeah, plus 36 here in some cases. Anybody posted there will have a bonus to hit at that point. But for some reason, and I can only assume it's because of a mod, and the mod's just not worked out, this one is difficult to work with. And if you put any lights on it, sometimes the lights will glitch and you'll have a hard time finding them again if you ever want to remove it. The only way that I've learned to figure that out is to shift F12 and pull up the one menu here, and you're just gonna have to click around and find it and delete the torch that you've gotten there. Or another way I learned is like sometimes you just have to reload and the torch will reappear and then you can get it from that angle. It's the minor things in Kenshi. I love the community because I didn't learn that myself until I was exploring through the community on how to get rid of some stuff. It seems to be a very, unlike Rust, like Rust is one of the most toxic communities. I hate it. I love the game Rust. I hate the community. Yeah, right. Reloading usually helps the most. Save and reload. It's probably something that like should be on the tutorial. Don't forget to save and reload often. Hi, Mogwai. Hi, Mogwai. Come here, baby. So here's my Maine cat, who is part Maine Coon. She is only about 6 months old. Her name is Mogwai. Her name became Mogwai because originally she was all black with a stripe across her face when she was born, and I called her Bandit. And where was I? Oh, within a few weeks she had changed colors, like her colors washed out, and I said she was my little gremlin. And so she is a bandit, or she is a Mogwai. I call her Mog, and she does not like to be held. Yeah, everybody's education system. You're not even wrong there. But she is the biggest of the kittens. Oh, I didn't use the camera. What a dumbass. Oh, she's going to be mad. Hold on. There we go. Here she is. This is the Mogwai. There's a big girl. I know. I'm putting it in. She's bigger than her mother already. She was not the one that got scared. Ringo was the one that got scared. And didn't really get scared. She got feisty because of it. She's over here playing at everybody now. All the other cats. We have 7? 2 of them are mine. Mogwai and Boots. Boots really doesn't like to be held. She freaks out. Yeah, cats can live some time now. It's not the same as it was in the 70s and whatnot, when their food was definitely not nearly as good for them. Medicines weren't the way they were now. Like, we've really extended their lives and healthily. I mean, I still say rescues are great to have. Sometimes you can find a rescue that's not necessarily got a lot of health problems. That's beautiful. I know that cats have caused some major damage to the world, but that's also because we are irresponsible as human beings, as usual. Um, Dogs are great companions too, depending on the dog you get. I got my Phaedra. She is a Chiweenie, part Chihuahua, part Dachshund. Dachshund. I've had her since birth, and then we got a Rottweiler that we rescued. Both are great dogs. It really comes down to the pet owners, I say. There's a lot of pet owners that probably shouldn't be pet owners. Why Jimbo? Oh, why Jimbo? Do I gotta do that for... Oh, that's so frustrating. I didn't have to, and now all of a sudden I have to. It's fine. It's fine. But I lost a guy. Who was my other guy? Oh, it's Scout. Okay. He's a turret guard for a turret that isn't there anymore. What are we missing here? Scrap metal. I have scrap metal. Do I have 6 yet? I know I have it. That's awesome. I will say Rome is probably one of the few places that I want to go to. Egypt is another. I want to go to the ancient places. Uh, I don't. I don't care about a bunch of art. It's not against it. Cool. They painted some stuff. I'm not against it. I would be bored at the Louvre. Let me get rid of you. Where's Paxson? Full of shit. And Rome is one of those ancient places that I would love to see. Hi, baby. Well, come here. Yeah, hi, sweetie. Well, come here. Come here, baby.
Hi, sweetie. Did you rethink your plan? I said, actually, I want to be held by daddy.
It seems to be a German thing. Right. She rarely comes to me like this. Of course, I have been slowly getting her more and more acclimated to me. She's going to be when my main office is built, she's going to be my office kitty. Not that she won't be, she'll just come into the office with me when I go to work. So, we need to be comfortable together. So I bribe her with treats. Yeah, she's amazing. She went from being nearly the smallest to being almost the biggest already. Again, she's only 6 months. She's bigger than her mother almost. Definitely bigger than her aunt. Penelope is, she's Maine Coon, but she's tiny. And Luna, she's like pretty much black, all black. She's got like a moon shape on her front chest. And she's Maine Coon, but she's not nearly as big as a Maine Coon gets. We were set back in our old place. We were setting up kitty cams and the cat thing that I had built for them, but we ended up having to move. Yeah, yeah, definitely part Maine Coon. We don't know what else they're mixed with. Um, the mother of this one has like definitely tuxedo cat, but I don't know. Yeah. Well, and then the Maine Coons now have gotten absolutely massive. They've been bred to be huge cats. I would gladly have a full blown, purebred Maine Coon for as big as they get. They get as big as some medium sized dogs. They might be pushing the limits a little bit. They might be pushing a little bit. They get big. Yeah, I'll take a full tiger. Not really.
Are you done? Right, okay. Yeah. I don't want you clawing my arm. Hi, baby. Hi, sweetie. That's my baby.
Oh, I see. 1 second. I gotta give my son his medicine real quick. This one is Callie. She will let me hold her for a little bit, but not long. She is. It's weird. They had all 5 kittens that were born were each a different color. She is a calico. She was born of Pin Pin, which I think Pin Pin was born of a more feral cat. The way she acts, she definitely acts like she's got feral blood in her. She doesn't act aggressive. It's just the way she will just freak out like a cat that's wild. Luna is definitely more laid back. Oh, I grew up reading the Boxcar Children. That was actually some good book reading when I was younger. That's so sad. Yeah, it's one of the things I've said about cats. Like, I mean, I love having cats, but it's rough owning cats. Why the fuck is Randy fucking cheeseburger eating Randy? That's a reference to a show called Trailer Park Boys, by the way. Huh? All right, bring her here. 1 second. Yeah. It's that spot I think you're talking about. It's not. She scratched herself raw. This spot over here. It's not. See? She's gotten herself raw. And it's actually, I think it's part of the reason she's in a bad mood. Because it hurts. And I don't. Huh? What? She works 3rd shift tonight, so she won't be back till morning. Why? Yeah. The cat was in heat not too long ago, and I think she scratched her neck. It's got a little scab on it, and I think it's got her irritated. Like I said, 7 cats. 7. Well, what happened is we had 2 cats when we lived in Oregon, and we brought them from Oregon to here, but right before we left, they had gotten out for a night. And that's all it took. One night. One night, and then when we got here, we didn't know that they were pregnant. Not that it mattered. Why won't people go eat? He's doing fine. Why does he have all of these? What the fuck is going on? Is it the hashish? I think it's the hashish. So yeah. To catch the story up, we found out they were pregnant. And only one of them was gotten rid of. There was a total of 5, 2 from Penelope, which would be Callie and Boots. Boots was the firstborn. Boots Boots is missing part of her tail because Penelope didn't know and accidentally chewed off her tail, not knowing it wasn't the umbilical cord. Pin's not always been intelligent. And then Luna had Jaeger, Chunks, and Mogwai. We kept Chunks and Mogwai, and then Jaeger is the only one that was given away. I need to go through everybody's fucking inventory all of a sudden. I don't even know what happened here. Let's pack some. This explains. Oh. Okay, cool. All right. Sometimes it'll fix itself. That's all that matters. Well, as always, love, peace, chicken grease there, Carl. You have a great one. And we'll see you when you come back. Hey, I love that kind of stuff. We're getting chickens here. We just got to build a really awesome pen for them. There is a lot of foxes. I need someone to be training in there. Justina. Hi, Luna. Uh-huh. Bye, Luna. Oh, I did not mean meathead, but okay, meathead. I meant Justina. Where is my strength? Back to Justina. Oh, Justina. For some reason that keeps catching him every now and then. What do I want her to train for? Per se. Turrets and martial arts. I do love some asparagus. We got some in the refrigerator. We're going to grill up, I guess, tomorrow. I gotta be leaving soon too. What am I? Crossbows. There it is. Would one of you add the materials? Everybody back up. What is going on? Why won't they eat? Do I have more than one food spot and it's fucking it up again? I think it's possible. All right, that's everybody, right? All right. 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Let me send them all back to work now. All right. There's Paxson. I think everybody's back to eating. Save the game here. We may or may not be back after this. Probably not. So this is where I'm going to call it for the night. As always, I've been the host here, Jay, GM Kindheart of Kindheart Gaming. Asmodeus on Rumble, GM Kindheart on that YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget to give a like, subscribe, follow, share, whatever it takes to get this community growing. And as always, love, peace, chicken grease. I'm out.